Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Senator Cutter,
Excused.
Danielson,
Excused.
Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Michelson Janae, Senator Michelson Janae, Malika, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Senator Van Winkle,
Excused.
Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Mr. President,
Here.
Senator Cutter. Thank you. Thank you.
The morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent, 2 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Pelton, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 19th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. I think the noes have it.
Yeah, they might actually try.
We might be stuck. I don't know. I don't know what we do. Yeah, let's see if you can make the motion better this time, Senator Malika. I didn't rule on it yet.
Oh, you haven't ruled yet?
Let's see if you can get it across the finish line this time. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 19th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 23, 2024. Correctly printed Senate Bills 212, 213, and 214. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 41, 186, 191, 185, 201, and 203, and Senate Joint Memorial 404. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 175, 199, and 204. Correctly revised House Bills 1107, 1232, 1362, 1374, and 1383. Correctly revised House Bills 1174, 1255, 1266, 1276, and 1348. Correctly enrolled Senate Joint Memorial 3, Senate Joint Resolution 18 and 19.
Committee reports.
April 22nd, 2024, Committee on Judiciary. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. House Bill 1099 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1345 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1380 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. The committee has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed members of the Colorado Commission on Judicial Discipline for terms expiring June 30th, 2027. Courtney Sutton of Colorado Springs, Colorado, to serve as a non-attorney occasioned by the resignation of Gina Lopez of Towac, Colorado, appointed. Emily Tofta Nestival of Evergreen, Colorado, to serve as a non-attorney occasioned by the resignation of Marissa Pacheco of Pueblo, Colorado, appointed.
Consideration of memorials. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of order for the consideration of memorials.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of memorials. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will now proceed out of order. Consideration of memorials. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Memorial 3?
Senate Memorial 3 by Senator Bridges, memorializing former Senator Jim Dyer.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of Senate Memorial 3 and ask that it be read at length.
Will the clerk please read Senate Memorial 3 at length?
Senate Memorial 3 by Senator Bridges, memorializing former Senator Jim Dyer. Whereas Jim Dyer, the former senator, departed this life on January 1st, 2024, at the age of 76, and whereas Frederick James Dyer, known to everyone as Jim, was born on November 28, 1947, in Newport News, Virginia, to Colonel Frederick W. Dyer and Dorothy Ann Kane Dyer, and whereas, because his father was a colonel in the United States Air Force, Senator Dyer had the unique experience of growing up in many places around the world, including the United States, Germany, and France. And whereas, as a boy, Senator Dyer joined the Boy Scouts with his father and eventually earned the highest rank of Eagle Scout, he always held that experience dear and eventually became a scout leader. And whereas Senator Dyer began playing the guitar at the age of 11, which became a lifelong joy, allowing him to participate in rhythm and blues bands in his youth and to play locally for many years at Swallow Hill in Denver, he loved folk music and bluegrass and could be found pickin' and grinnin' in his living room almost every day. And whereas Senator Dyer had a love of history and had a well-curated library of historical nonfiction, and whereas Senator Dyer had a special love of the outdoors, he loved jeeping in the Colorado Rocky Mountains and in Moab, driving his side-by-side vehicle in and near Fillmore, Utah, was an avid birdwatcher, and liked to simply comment on how beautiful the moon was when there was a clear sky. And whereas he loved going to the Summer Shakespeare Festival in Cedar City, Utah, and whereas Senator Dyer served in the United States Air Force from 1966 to 1970, and whereas he valued his education and held both a Bachelor of Arts degree and a Master of Arts degree in history from the University of Denver, and whereas Senator Dyer taught American history at Arapahoe Community College in Littleton, Colorado, and whereas for many years Senator Dyer was involved in local, state, and national politics, and after working on many campaigns, his proudest moment was being elected in 2000 and 2004 to represent State Senate District 26, serving Arapahoe County. And whereas Senator Dyer served as the chair of the Judiciary Committee for 2 years, and he served on the Health, Environment, Welfare and Institutions, Appropriations, Health, Environment, Children and Families, Welfare Oversight, Legal Services, and Water Resources Review Committees during his tenure. And whereas in 2001 and 2002, Senator Dyer served on the Criminal Sentencing Statutes Interim Committee and sponsored several bills in 2003 and 2004, updating substantive and procedural criminal laws and laws protecting minors. And whereas while in office, Senator Dyer was heavily involved in drafting and passing 2 Second Amendment bills focused on issuing concealed carry permits and preempting local government firearm laws that are more restrictive than state firearm laws. And whereas in 2006, Senator Dyer was elected to serve on the Arapahoe County Board of County Commissioners and left the Senate. And whereas, as a county commissioner, Senator Dyer sat on many boards, including the Board of Directors of the Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Authority, and he chaired the Centennial Airport Board of Directors. And whereas, in 2006, Senator Dyer was baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and served a year in the Denver Temple from 2001 to 2012. And whereas Senator Dyer married his wife, Donna Marie Duke, on October 5, 2007, in the Denver Temple, and whereas Senator Dyer retired from the Arapahoe County Board of County Commissioners in 2011, and in 2012, he and Donna moved to Fillmore, Utah, where they built a beautiful home together that they regularly shared with their family and friends. And whereas Senator Dyer leaves a legacy as a loving husband and father with a lifelong passion for learning and a strong, unwavering testimony of his Savior, Jesus Christ, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that in the death of Jim Dyer, the people of the state of Colorado have lost a devoted public servant and an outstanding citizen, and that we, the members of the Senate of the 74th General Assembly, pay tribute to Jim Dyer for years of dedicated public service, and do hereby extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the members of the family. Be it further resolved that copies of this memorial be sent to Senator Dyer's wife, Donna Dyer, his daughters, Annette Van Vliet and her spouse Jack, Wendy Jo Frost and her spouse Chris, and Megan Macaluso and her spouse Joey, his stepchildren, Brooke Bartlett, Cody Bollender and her spouse Jason, and Jimmy Kemp and his spouse Cresta, and his sisters, Annette Tobias and Kathleen Riley and her spouse Bruce.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please be seated, colleagues. Today, we honor and remember another Senator Jim Dyer, the Republican Jim Dyer, and someone I actually knew far better than yesterday's Democrat Jim Dyer, but in a very unexpected way. We just heard about the senator's dedication to service in our community, our state, our country, but that legacy is only part of the story. Because before I knew anything about Senator Jim Dyer, who previously held the seat that I hold today, I knew him as Mr. Dyer, the father of one of my closest lifelong friends, Megan. My strongest memory of Mr. Dyer is from a Halloween party Megan threw in high school. For decades, Megan threw the best Halloween parties. So there we were, a bunch of extremely liberal suburban theater kids, dressed up in our costumes, with Mr. Dyer sort of standing in the vortex, observant, not in costume, not hostile exactly, but definitely making his presence known. It will surprise none of you that I struck up a conversation with him. So I was there in a shiny metallic shirt and black pleather pants, deep in conversation with the future Republican Senator Jim Dyer about gun control. Given our age difference and his vast knowledge of history with 2 degrees from DU, he absolutely made me feel outmatched, but in a way that felt engaging and educational, not condescending. I vividly remember him bringing out a black powder revolver, not just to show off what I think is one of his favorite guns, but to illustrate his point with an object lesson on firearm history and the safe handling of guns. It was a lesson that I clearly still remember today, even if he and I do have vastly different voting records on gun safety legislation. And while I'm grateful for Senator Dyer's legacy of service, I am far more personally grateful for the legacy he leaves through my friend Megan. As a father now myself, I will consider it an unmitigated success if Kit is even half as kind, intelligent, and generous as you are. If he's even a fraction as cool as George and loves Casa Bonita as much as we do, that legacy will outshine anything that a future senator from District 26 would say when my own time comes for this celebration. Senator Jim Dyer inspires us to curiosity, learning, thoughtfulness, and faith. As a historian, a musician, an off-roader, and a fervent educator, whether in a classroom or during a Halloween party debate. His dedication to Colorado, the ideals he instilled in his family, and the lessons he imparted to his daughter's friends still resonate today. We're joined today by members of Senator Dyer's family, his wife, Donna Dyer, Megan and Joey Macaluso, stepdaughter, Cody Bolander, daughter-in-law, Cresta Kemp, stepson, James Kemp, grandson, Cole Van Fleet, grandson, Brett Van Fleet, son-in-law, Jack Van Fleet, daughter, Annette Van Fleet, granddaughter, Lily Van Fleet, grandson, Luke Van Fleet. Lots of Van Fleets with us here today. And we have many different friends of the family here today as well, who I've also known for many years. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here so much for this celebration of Senator Dyer's life. And there are more folks who would like to speak.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend Senate Rule 31A for the purpose of allowing current and former members of the House to address the Senate from the well and to consider this memorial.
This does take a 2/3 vote. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will stand in recess to hear remarks from members of the House and former members of the Senate. Members, thank you for joining us this morning. If you'd like to say a few words, we welcome you to join us at the well. General Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we have another Senator Dyer. And it was confusing, but we called him Durango Dyer and Littleton Dyer. On roll call, it was Dyer D, Dyer R, so that the correct person answered. I knew Senator Dyer long before he was elected to the legislative body because he and my husband worked together. So it was like having an old friend come into the legislative body. Jim was always known for being quiet, but a strong personality. He knew his votes. He knew what he should do and should not do. He was a good person, and I always liked Jim because pardon me, Senator Dyer, I'm at the mic. I can't call him by first name anymore. But he's a friend, and I missed him when he left. I ran into him after he left the Senate, and I said, at a park dedication, I said, Senator Dyer, do you miss the Senate? He says, yes, I do, very much so. As you know, Norma, I supported term limits. He says, what a mistake I made. Because he says, it took me 4 to 6 years to figure out what I was doing. And then I was a lame duck. And I think a lot of you probably understand that when you leave, because knowledge of history is so important, and Jim knew that. Here I go again. Senator Dyer knew that. What has gone on before makes you understand what is happening today. And Senator Dyer was a good legislator and a good person. And thank you for your service, Senator Dyer. We will miss you.
Senator Hillman.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senators. I don't believe in my life I've ever met a Jim Dyer except for the two that I met while serving in this chamber, and both of them shared a deep commitment to making Colorado a better place. When Frederick James Dyer, or Senator Dyer Arapahoe, was elected in 2000, he joined a Republican caucus that was chafing at being in the minority for the first time in 38 years. I was honored to serve with him during that time on the Senate Judiciary Committee and in the subsequent General Assembly when, back in the majority, he became the chairman of that committee. He ran the committee with efficiency and decorum, and during those 4 years, he and the previous Democratic chair, Senator Ken Gordon, often engaged in lively, respectful, and animated banter from their diverse political and philosophical perspectives. Like his colleague of the same name from Durango, Senator Dyer of Arapahoe County was a free thinker, and he did not always adhere to the party line, sometimes on key bills, much to the consternation of caucus leadership. But Senator Dyer knew what he believed, and he regularly invoked historical references in debating and discussing bills, drawing on his years of teaching history. He believed in the adage, those who do not learn from history are destined to repeat it. He traced his own roots in this country at least as far back as 1660, when his Quaker ancestor Mary Dyer was hanged in Boston for defying a Puritan law banning Quakers from Massachusetts Bay Colony. And his longtime aide, Sherry Collins, tells me that he and Senator Dyer Durango actually traced their ancestry both back to Massachusetts and were distant cousins. I will confess that I did not know Senator Dyer very well outside of his service to the Senate. And in reaching out to others with whom we both served, I found that he was uniformly a very private person. But the one element of his personality that he openly displayed was his love for driving Jeeps. He drove a Jeep Wrangler to the Capitol, a soft-top Jeep Wrangler to the Capitol almost every day, topless when possible. To be clear, it was the Jeep that was topless. Again, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. Minority Leader, and Senators, thank you for taking this time during this very busy season to allow us to remember Senator Jim Dyer.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Good morning, members and ladies and gentlemen. It is a humbling honor to be before you to pay respect to Jim Dyer, Senator Dyer. He and I served at the same time, and it was a role model for me to have somebody who was such an advocate for our Second Amendment rights. I appreciated that. He was a fine man. My condolences to Donna and all of the family for your loss. Jim was a fine man. He will be missed. Rest in peace. Thank you.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion for the adoption of Senate Memorial 3 and request a roll call vote.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Memorial 3. Will the clerk please poll the members?
Senators Baisley. Baisley, aye. Bridges.
Aye.
Bridges, aye. Buckner. Aye. Buckner, aye. Coleman. Aye. Coleman, aye. Cutter. Aye. Cutter, aye. Senator Danielson is excused. Exum. Aye. Senator Exum, aye. Fields. Aye. Fields, aye. Gardner. Aye. Gardner, aye. Janal. Aye. Janal, aye. Gonzalez. Aye. Gonzalez, aye. Hanson. Aye. Hanson, aye. Henriksen. Aye. Hinrichsen, aye. Huckes Lewis. Huckes Lewis, aye. Kirkmeyer. Kirkmeyer, aye. Kolker. Kolker, aye. Liston. Liston, aye. Lundin. Lundin, aye. Marchman. Marchman, aye. Michelson Janae. Michelson Janae, aye. Malika. Malika, aye. Pelton B. Pelton B, aye. Pelton R. Pelton R, aye. Priola. Priola, aye. Rich. Rich, aye. Roberts. Roberts, aye. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, aye. Simpson. Simpson, aye. Smallwood. Smallwood, aye. Sullivan. Sullivan, aye. Senator Van Winkle is excused. Will. Will, aye. Winter. Winter, aye. Zenzinger. Zenzinger, aye. Hillman. Hillman, aye. Anderson. Anderson, aye. Mr. President.
Aye.
The President, aye.
With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Memorial 3 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
See no objection. The current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. The Senate will now observe a moment of silence, and the chimes will be rung in memory of Senator Dyer. Thank you to the family and friends who joined us today and allowed us to be a small part of honoring Senator Dyer's life and legacy. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet all of our guests. The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate move out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have some members of the Colorado Staffing Association in the chamber today. It's a trade association and chapter of the American Staffing Association. We're privately held, community-focused. I'm sorry, Mr. President, may I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Granted. It's never too late.
Thank you. Their professional development, legislative support and resources, industry networking, and educational opportunity. The Industry Association stands as one that encourages legal, ethical, and professional practices within the staffing industry. They heavily invest in ensuring the betterment of their communities, as membership is made up of privately held, community-focused staffing firms. Each week, on average, staffing companies in Colorado employ almost 44,000 employees, with annual payroll being somewhere around $2.4 billion, with over 800 plus offices, branches representing our industry throughout the state. So they are a very integral part of making the machine run in this state, so welcome them.
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all of the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 201 by Senators Michelson, Janay, and Smallwood, and Representatives Lindsay and Pugliese, concerning an increase in the hours of work in a massage therapy program required for licensure as a massage therapist. House Bill 1374 by Representatives Marvin and Rudinell and Senator Michelson, Janay, concerning means of ensuring that independent contractors who perform legal services on behalf of independent judicial agencies are eligible for the Federal Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. House Bill 1383 by Representative Lindstedt and Senator Michelson, Janay, concerning declarations that form common interest communities under the Colorado Common Interest Ownership Act. Senate Bill 186 by Senator Marchman and Representative Joseph, concerning the classification of a coroner as a state trooper for the purpose of determining Public Employees Retirement Association service retirement eligibility and benefits. Senate Bill 203 by Senators Janal and Kirkmeyer and Representative Hartsook and Ortiz, concerning requiring the Colorado Prescription Drug Affordability Review Board to consider input from the Colorado Rare Disease Advisory Council under certain circumstances. Senate Bill 191 by Senators Zenzinger and Simpson and Representatives Kipp and Frizzell, concerning the operation of host homes for youth. House Bill 1362 by Representatives Lukens and Catlin and Senators Roberts and Simpson, concerning measures to promote the use of gray water.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 201, House Bill 1374, House Bill 1383, Senate Bill 186, Senate Bill 203, Senate Bill 191, and House Bill 1362.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374, Senate Bill 186.
Senator Pelton R. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374 and Senate Bill 186. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded a no vote on House Bill 1374 and Senate Bill 186.
Senator Pelton B. will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374 and Senate Bill 186. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374, Senate Bill 186, and Senate Bill 191.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374, Senate Bill 186, and Senate Bill 191. Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning again, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374.
Senator Will be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1374. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 201 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Gonzalez, Buckner, Cutter, with a vote of 26 ayes, 7 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1374 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hinrichsen, Priola, Cutter, Hawkes Lewis, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Winter, Roberts, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Buckner, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1383 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, with a vote of 30 ayes, 3 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 186 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Janal, Hawkes Lewis, Priola, Michelson Janae, Exum, Cutter, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 203 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Zenzinger, Mullica, Simpson, Priola, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Will, Minority Leader Lundin, with a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 191 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Kolker, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Hawkes Lewis, Bridges, Priola, Buckner, Janal, Gonzalez, Winter, Fields, Coleman, Exum, Mullica, Pelton B., Kirkmeyer, Will, Marchman, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1362 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Cutter, Hawkes Lewis, Michelson Janae, Priola, Marchman, Winter, Exum, Mullica, Zenzinger, Buckner, Pelton B. Pelton R. Will. Hanson. Fields. Gardner. Please add the president. And Kirkmeyer. And Minority Leader Lundin. Senator Gardner will be added as a co-sponsor on House Bill 1374.
What's the bad joke about?
Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 41?
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Rodriguez and Lundin and Representatives Frizzell and Mabry concerning adding data protections for minors' online activity.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I move Senate Bill 24041 on third reading, final passage. Ask for a favorable vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 41. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 41 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gardner, Roberts, Bridges, Kirkmeyer, Exum, Mullica, Hanson, Pelton B, Liston, Smallwood, Baisley, Will, Coleman, Colker, Gonzalez, Janal, Marchman, Fields, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Buckner. Please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1107?
House Bill 1107 by Representatives Lindstedt and Byrd and Senators Bridges and Winter concerning judicial review of a local land use decision.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1107 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1107. Are there any no votes? Senators Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Marchman, Colker, Baisley, Rich, Pelton R, Simpson, Liston, with a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1107 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Mullica, Hinrichsen, Priola, will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1232?
House Bill 1232 by Representative Snyder and Senator Gardner concerning the enactment of the Uniform Special Deposits Act.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1232 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1232. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused. House Bill 1232 is passed. Co-sponsors. We don't do charity around here. Minority Leader Lundin. Senators Gonzalez. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Kirkmeyer. Liston. Pelton B. Will the clerk please read the title? Senate Bill 195.
Senate Bill 195 by Senators Winter and Cutter and Representatives Lindsay and Linstead concerning protection of vulnerable road users.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move on third reading and final passage with a favorable vote, Senate Bill 195.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise, and I'll be a no vote on 195, but I rise simply to call out the fact between what is a vehicle and what is a pedestrian in a very meaningful way. This bill is part of that blurring of the lines. Electric bicycles move at greater speeds. They now have more authority over larger sections of the road miles of Colorado, and they don't carry the same responsibilities with them that do normal vehicles. And so I think there is an interesting and developing conversation. I'm signposting the fact that we need to engage further in that conversation and find out how we're going to come down with some policy prescriptions as the lines between what is a vehicle and what is a pedestrian get blurred, as does Senate Bill 195.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 195. Are there any no votes? Senators Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Roberts, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 195 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Kolker, Michelson Janae, Priola. General orders. Never mind. Committee reports.
April 23, 2024, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1053 be referred favorably to the Committee on Legislative Counsel. House Bill 1117 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1253 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1269 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1328 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1332 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 34 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 43 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 75 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 78 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 110 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 116 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 124 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 151 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 192 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1253, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1332, and Senate Bill 110 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 10:15 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up House Bills 1253, 1269, 1328, 1332, and Senate Bill 110 on special orders consent at the hour of 10:15 a.m. This does require a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills mentioned on special orders consent at the hour of 10:15 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Zenzer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1253 by Representatives English and Holtorf and Senator Janal concerning the continuation of the regulation of respiratory therapy and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1269 by Representatives Morrow and Frizzell and Senator Kolker concerning recording fees and in connection therewith modifying fees collected by county clerk and recorders and delaying the Electronic Recording Technology Board's repeal and sunset review. House Bill 1328 by Representatives English and Clifford and Senator Rich concerning the continuation of the regulation of money transmitters and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. House Bill 1332 by Representatives Young and Sirota and Senators Buckner and Michelson-Janay concerning continuing the rulemaking authority of the Executive Director of the Department of Early Childhood and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Senate Bill 110 by Senators Rodriguez and Kirkmeyer concerning prohibiting prior authorization for antipsychotic prescription drugs used to treat a mental health condition.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for passage of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1253, House Bill 1269 in the Appropriations Report, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1332, Senate Bill 110 and the Health and Human Services Report, and the Appropriations Report.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on second orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 23rd, 2024. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 110 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1253, House Bill 1269 is amended. House Bill 1328, House Bill 1332 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 24-110 is amended, passed in second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1253, 1269 is amended, 1328, 1332 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General Order, second reading of the bill. Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Zinzinger will take the chair.
They always let me know. I asked.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 90? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Senate Bill 90 by Senators Will and Bridges.
I apologize,
Representatives.
I apologize, Mr. Hubler. I retract that. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 182.
The motion is to proceed out of order and to take up Senate Bill 182. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to proceed out of order. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 182?
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Gonzalez and Bridges and Representative Hernandez concerning the requirements to issue an identification document under the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act to an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 182 and ask for an aye vote.
And can you also move the Appropriations Committee report?
My apologies, Madam Chair. I also move the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriately appropriated the appropriate funds.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also add that the funds we moved were the fiscal note, which was according to what the department said it would cost to implement this bill. And those funds are for this year. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 182. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L004?
L4.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L4 to Senate Bill 182.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is the result of significant discussions with the department about their ability to implement this bill on a graduated basis. We've had much discussion about how exceptions processing works and the rulemaking that is required therein. And so what this amendment would do is allow, again, on page 1, line 18, on and after January 1, 2027, allow certain documents to be utilized by the Department of Revenue as they are implementing certain provisions of this bill. I ask for an aye vote, reluctantly.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 182? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the heart of this policy, because what this bill is about at the end of the day is ensuring that our roads are safe by ensuring that licensed drivers who know the rules of the road are able to, one, demonstrate that, two, obtain insurance, and three, that thereafter contribute positively to our communities. I couldn't be prouder to be joined here by the good senator from Greenwood Village. And the hope and intent is that by bringing forward this package, we can ensure, by bringing forward this policy, we can ensure that Coloradans across the board, whether you're born here, whether you move from another state, or whether you move from another country, are able to safely drive on our roads. We were proud to have the State Patrol testify in support of this policy, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you were born, it matters whether or not you know the rules of the road. And we've seen in the past decade, since actually 11 years, since Senate Bill 13-251 was initially passed on a bipartisan basis in this legislature, that our roads are safer as a result. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 24-182.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to let you know what this bill does, it is an update to an existing bill, Senate Bill 13-251. In that bill, there was a 2-year waiting period for folks to get their licenses. That means that for 2 years, people either aren't driving or they're driving without knowing the rules of the road. The other thing this bill does, in addition to getting rid of that 2-year waiting period, is expand the kinds of documents that can be used by folks in order to obtain their driver's license. Now, it is really important that all of you know that the license they obtain looks different from the license of anyone else here in this room, because it says really plainly that it is not something that can be used for things like voting. So there have been some concerns that this could lead to some kind of voter fraud. That is very plain on the license. That is not a danger that anyone here needs to worry about. This is simply updating an existing policy that has been good for the people of Colorado, especially because if we implement this, we save an estimated $127 million in insurance premiums because folks can get a driver's license and buy insurance. Having more insured drivers on the road brings down insurance costs for everyone on the road. This is good for every Colorado driver. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this didn't come before me in committee, but I did have some issues with this bill. The good senator from Greenwood Village, he did mention that there was Senate Bill 13-251, and that bill has been amended and expanded over several years. Senate Bill 18-108, Senate Bill 19-139, Senate Bill 19-1039, Senate Bill 20-166, Senate Bill 21-199. So I don't really have a problem with ensuring roads are safe, but there seems to be something a little bit more going on here, and this bill eliminates these requirements for those of you that are listening, if you're not aware of this, and expands eligible documentation order in order for an illegal immigrant to obtain a Colorado-issued ID. No longer required to have lived in Colorado for 2 years. No longer required to present a taxpayer identification or a Social Security number. No longer required to have filed a Colorado income tax return. It expands eligible documents if they aren't more than 10 years expired to include, from the United States, identifying documents issued by the Department of Homeland Security, the Intensive Supervision Appearance Program by ICE, Office of Refugee resettlement in the United States Department of Health and Human Services. And from the country of origin, a photocopy of a passport, a photo voter ID, a driver's license. My question is, what is a Coloradan? This bill eliminates any remaining precautions set up to answer that question. Now, any illegal immigrant who enters the country could get a Colorado ID the very same day as long as he has a photocopy of a passport that expired 9 years and 363 days ago. We're facing a migrant crisis. In the past year, over 40,000 migrants have arrived in Denver. And this crisis is expected to cost Denver $180 million next year alone. Now we're allowing these migrants to possess IDs. IDs generally grant access to driving, and I get that part. But they can open bank accounts, they can board a plane, they can check into hotels. And the thing about it is they can get all of these resources from Colorado, and they're not even American citizens, and they may not even continue to be Colorado residents. That concerns me. I understand. I mean, I didn't have a problem when they got driver's license to be able to drive, but this bill right here is a real expansion of anything that we've passed in the past, and I urge a no vote.
Is there any other discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the questions that the good senator from Grand Junction asks. I guess I was born in Arizona. Does that make me a Coloradan? And at the end of the day, what this bill states is that it doesn't matter where you're born, it matters whether or not you know the rules of the road. That's what is at the heart of this policy. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was born in Texas, but there's one big difference. I am a citizen of the United States. These individuals are not.
Seeing no further discussion, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ultimately, I will rise in opposition to the bill, but I will roll with the bill sponsors in the presumption that the bill is going to advance and try and tune up some elements of the bill with the understanding that it's likely to move forward. The bill, as you've heard explained to you, increases the number of documents that can be used to get a Colorado document. And I understand the intention, the desire of the bill sponsors of properly documenting newly and unexpected arrivals, to have proper documentation. I understand their intention. To the question of whether or not this bill accelerates and expands the number of newly and unexpected arrivals, that's something we'll talk about when we get to the bill. But the idea here is to get the documentation lined up. Well, my perspective is the bill is too permissive in terms of what it allows as documentation for a new document establishing a degree of credibility in Colorado. And part of the reason why I would say some of the documentation is suspect is the time frame that's allowed. Something that expired only 9 years and 9 months ago is still a valid document as drafted. This particular amendment that I'm proposing to offer here, as soon as it falls from the sky and I can
Well,
move
there is an amendment on the desk, but I was waiting for a pause. There's an amendment on the desk.
I'm sorry. This takes
Will the clerk please read Amendment L002?
L2, amend printed bill, page 4, line 3, strike 10 years and substitute 1 year.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move amendment L002 to Senate Bill 182.
And to the amendment.
This amendment says that the document must be reasonably fresh. It's got to be a document that provides credibility, brings credibility into the conversation, because the document the state of Colorado is going to offer has significant credibility. And so we need to make sure that we're not diffusing and damaging the validity and valuability, or the value of Colorado documentation. This amendment simply says, look, 10 years? Are you kidding me? It expired 10 years ago? And you're going to, that goes beyond the pale. This amendment says, let's make sure the document is fresh. Let's make sure the document is no more than a year old. So if you go to page 4, line 3 of the bill, where it's providing the framework around what the restrictions and requirements on documentation are, instead of using the word 10 years ago, this amendment would simply say within the last year, 1 year ago. And I urge your support of amendment L002.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the amendment from the good senator from Lundinville's, where are you actually from? Monument. I appreciate the amendment from the good senator from Monument. And I understand why there may be a desire to try to narrow that time period. However, it's just not an amendment that is cognizant of the very real realities of our broken immigration system and turmoil across the world. The reason people are coming and fleeing and in search of a better life and trying to integrate and work and follow the Byzantine and broken immigration system is because they're fleeing places that oftentimes are in the process of falling apart. These are governments where their civil society, where their governments, where their law and order no longer exists. And so, or no longer exists in a manner in which they can obtain an updated document a year before they begin, oftentimes, afoot, these treacherous journeys. And so while I understand the intent, and I appreciate the intent, the practical implications of adopting this amendment would be devastating and would lead to further unlicensed drivers or fewer further people without the ability to drive lawfully and therefore obtain insurance and make our roads safer. I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the arguments of the bill sponsor that you just heard in objection to the 1 year limitation on documentation coming from another country to make sure that it's a valid representation of what we will then choose to make a Colorado document. So I'm in defense of making the documents Colorado produces meaningful. So instead of importing the chaos that is driving people from other countries, I think we should, in fact, make an effort to first draw the line and protect order within Colorado, which is what this amendment that I've offered and was just rejected would do. So in an effort to find that middle distance, find the place where we can protect order instead of importing chaos, I would offer a negotiation at the well, so to speak.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L3?
L3, amend printed bill, page
Minority
4.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003. This amendment simply says, okay, 1 year, I get it. 1 year is an actual credible, crisp, fresh, reliable document. But if it's too much to expect as we try to defend law and order in our society, well, then let's go to 2 years. And this amendment, L003, would do exactly that. It says we still want the document to be reasonable, credible, as we use it as the foundation of a document that will be issued by the state of Colorado with the authority of the people of Colorado behind it. It's critically important in my mind that that document have the meaning and support that it has, and to have a reasonably current document being presented as the foundation of that is important. So I urge your support of Amendment L003 as we try to find, and again, keep in mind, I don't support the bill, and we'll get into a conversation about the bill later, but if this bill is going to advance on behalf of making sure the documents issued by the state of Colorado are credible documents, I urge your support of Amendment L003.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, here in the U.S., folks can think government's broken when their Social Security check doesn't arrive on time, and that's a problem. But in other countries, they can't get documents. They can't even get their passports. They can't get driver's licenses because the government is so completely failed that it's just not something that can be done that they can count on. It's a failed state, and these people aren't bringing chaos with them. They're escaping failed states to come to the freedom that we offer here, and we absolutely want to make sure that those documents are who it is that that person who is presenting the document says they are, but the time frame on this, I'm afraid, is just too short. I really do believe the 10-year time frame here is the right time frame, especially as we look around the world at places that maybe 15 years ago were in a much better place, but if you look at where they are now, easily 10 years could go by where folks could not get updated documents. Ask for no vote on this amendment as well.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, this bill expands on existing law. You know, the description of the bill says the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act authorizes the issuance of a driver's license or identification card to an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States. I guess that's the acceptable phrase of art these days, not lawfully present in the United States. And it tells you that there are a set of things in order for this person who's not lawfully present in our country to get a driver's license so that they can lawfully drive while not lawfully present. And I mean, we're not talking about people who have been recognized by the Department of Homeland Security to have status here of some sort, even if it's seeking asylum. We're talking about people not lawfully present. Now, that's an old discussion and an old fight, I suppose. So we have the requirement for this person to present one of the following documents that is unexpired, so that means it's current, or has expired less than 10 years before the date of the individual's application. And there's a group of things from the applicant's country of origin. A passport or a photocopy of a passport. Now, I have to tell you, from time to time, I am asked for a photocopy of my passport to send to someone, and I think if I was an experienced forger, I think I could photocopy that and do pretty well with it, such that I could somehow create a different identity for myself. I think there's a danger there. A consular identification card, okay, well, that's something that a foreign country consulate issues that arguably should be reliable. A military identification document, I suppose, if someone was discharged from the Venezuelan army at some point in the last several years and came across our border, they could use this. A voter identification document with a photograph. Now that's an interesting thing. We're going to accept a voter identification document with a photograph, but we don't require such a document at our polls, but others do. A driver's license instruction permit or identification card, an identifying document issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security, including a notice to appear, so for your deportation hearing, I suppose. An identification document under the intensive supervision appearance program by the United States. A verification of release document issued by the Office of Refugee Resettlement of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. We've really opened this up, but we're going to issue against one of these documents even if it is 10 years old. Now, I've learned that you can get through TSA to get on an airplane in this country with an expired driver's license. I've not done it, but I had occasion to assist someone. And it turns out that if your driver's license is less than 1 year expired, they will not turn you away. 1 year, says TSA. Now, we've rejected an offer of an amendment to say in a document expired less than a year, and we've rejected less than 2 years. But at some point, I mean, we're creating, by issuing a driver's license, we're creating an identity document in the United States. We are. People are going to show that. And if we're going to do that, it ought to be based on documents that are reasonably current. After all, if you saw a document that was issued, you know, there was a time, let me back up a moment. There was a time when Colorado issued driver's license itself for a period of 10 years. And then, you know, and I have to believe other countries may do some similar kind of thing. And then after this document, which is expired, so it had a period of time, maybe 5 years, then you can present it up to 10 years after its expiration. I mean, that could be 15 or 20 years. Now, I look as young as I did when I came to the General Assembly, but others might not. Others might not. And they may say, well, you know, that's me, I gained some weight. Look, this is about currency of a document, currency and time, that is, to ensure that we're not issuing what essentially will become an identity document in the United States to someone other than the person that claims to be. And we need to be at least as stringent on this as we are with our own citizens.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
L001, amendment printed bill, page
Senator
493.
Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L001.
To the amendment.
L001, it tries to respond to this. And again, you've rejected 1 year, you've rejected 2 years after expiration. 10, that's a whole decade, folks. And you only get about 8 or 9 of those if you're lucky in your lifetime. And if someone was issued one at some kind of identification document relatively young, they're gonna change a lot. I mean, they could be bringing in a document that was provided to them in a foreign country when they were essentially a child. And they say, now I'm old enough to drive in Colorado. Want to see my 10-year-old picture of me as a 10-year-old? Maybe my 15-year-old document, because it didn't expire till I was, you know, an adult maybe, and then it's 10 years after that. Members, let's at least, if we're going to do this, let's at least have something in currency of time. And if I have not moved L001, I move L001.
You did. You properly moved it.
If you move it twice, does that urge a yes vote even more? I ask for a yes vote. Let's do 5 years after expiration, members. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Gardner, Senator Gardner, let's find out. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this. I thought 1 year was reasonable and 2 years was an exceptionally generous gift. 5 years is just the minimum, in my opinion, stake we should drive in the ground on behalf of the credibility of documentation created by the state of Colorado. With no further comment to the bill, but support for the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Gonzalez.
I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 182. I get the intention. I understand the desire. There are elements of it that I can only help but agree with, that we want our roads safe. We want people who are driving on the roads to have documentation they can present when they find themselves in a circumstance where proper identification is necessary for the exchange of information involving an accident or something more meaningful and challenging even than that. But we have a broad crisis across the country, and it is seeping into and challenging at every level elements of Colorado. The city of Denver is staring a $180 million anticipated budget crisis in the face, generally and largely driven by the extremely large number of new unanticipated arrivals, people that do not arrive with legal documentation. That is significant. We passed out of this chamber a $24 million bill in defense of the school children of Colorado so that they wouldn't get pushed to the side, forgotten about, and not supported in the way they need to be supported, because the support they would have generally otherwise had is going to unanticipated new arrivals. And the numbers are staggering. It's not just a few thousand here, a few thousand there. It's tens of thousands year after year over these past number of years flooding in. Now, and I get my heart breaks for the circumstances which they are fleeing, but the challenge is you can see our institutions and our budgets coming under strain and stress, and you can see the circumstance that we have for our children and the taxpayers of Colorado is beginning to stress and fray at the seams based on this unanticipated influx. So there are two elements of this argument. One is a clarion call for the federal government to actually do something about our failed immigration policy. I am one who for years has said the first rule of national sovereignty is a sovereign border. And I have also said, coupled with that, every time, not only do we need a secure border, but we need a functioning gate. We need to allow for people to flow in and out legally in a managed and understood way in compliance with the laws and the policies set by the leadership of our country to address the circumstance in a way that is manageable. It is not today manageable. And so the first argument is a clarion call to the federal government, do something appropriate about this, for heaven's sakes. The second is a challenge. It's more difficult to argue because at the edges of my argument, I find a little bit of moral complexity, because there is a certain aspect of, in defense of my community in this argument. And the challenge is, I think we're making policies that make Colorado more attractive than other states. And so we become a magnet for more new, unexpected arrivals to flood here and become a greater burden for the people of Colorado, the tax-paying citizens of Colorado, the individuals who are here and invested in Colorado, to pick up the slack, to carry the weight of the challenges that are brought upon us. And I believe that Senate Bill 186 has elements, 182 has elements of that bound up in it, that it makes Colorado a more attractive place. With a 10-year-old document, someone coming across the southern border can learn, go to Colorado. Even if your document's 10 years old, you can get a brand new legal documentation to get you on your path. Okay, there's elements of that I can understand. Boy, that sounds like a great deal. And that's a challenge because it makes Colorado more of a magnet among the states, which puts greater burden on the limited resources that we're already scrambling for. We just this last year paid off the budget stabilization factor and finally funded K-12 education at the constitutionally required limits. We are going to find ourselves pushed right back against the financial strains as more and more unexpected, unplanned for individuals flood into the state. So I rise in opposition to 182, understanding what the bill sponsors are trying to do. I like the best angels of what they are seeking to do. And at the same time, I am troubled and believe that this is yet one more round of Colorado saying, you know what? We will take on ourselves a greater burden than we can actually manage on behalf of individuals who are fleeing chaos. And in doing so, I'm concerned that we are causing our policy framework, our society, to stress, strain, and fray at the seams in a way that is not good for the people who are currently in Colorado. I urge your opposition ultimately to Senate Bill 182.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues, I appreciate your time and attention here. Senate Bill 182, for me, brings up I think, just a ton of questions. And partly because I look at this much more broadly as than a driver's license bill. It was simply saying, look, when folks are driving in our state and for whatever reason, they get pulled over, they get struck in an accident, we want everybody who's here temporarily, permanently, legally, illegally, to have some method to be able to identify themselves. But I think what you heard the senator from El Paso County state, and I haven't really heard, at least not to my satisfaction, a rebuttal that makes sense to it, is how do we know that an individual is who they say they are? How do we know that? If somebody coming here from a foreign country, and as you know, it's not a surprise to anybody. We're not dealing anymore in Colorado with what has historically been the pattern of immigration to Colorado, folks coming in from Mexico or Central America or Latin America. Now, at least if the news that I watched last night is accurate, and I'm sure there's all sorts of folks that would like to debate the accuracy of the local news, but where they talk about the number of folks coming in, not only from the Caribbean, but places like China. And again, nothing wrong with folks from China seeking, asylum or a better life for themselves. But as we start to expand across the globe, residents coming in, I think we have to question whether or not photocopies of passports from a decade ago from these countries is something that we should rely upon. And the reason I bring that is, because you might say, hey, Senator, you're overreacting. Like, let's say your hypothesis is correct. Let's say your assertion is correct, and somebody is forging their photocopy of their passport that was allegedly, with the photo taken when they were allegedly 12 years old and now they're 21 and a half. So what? So what? This person says they're person A, in reality they're person B. I mean, so what? Well, what I would say is, in Colorado, those statute books back there are full of examples where the government, industry relies on a state of Colorado identification card as being accurate, being something that they can count on, something they can rely on. Thank you for that. Yeah. And I'm getting better at multitasking. Usually, yeah. It's one of the things the Senator from Denver
I'll be the judge of that.
Senator from Denver, I owe her a lot, but the ability to not only speak to the people of Colorado, but also to be aware of my surroundings was not a skill that I had until about 90 days ago. So appreciate that. So this document, let's say driver's license. As an example, driver's license. So who all relies on a driver's license? Sure, law enforcement, you get pulled over, you get in an accident, that's pretty obvious. TSA, with all the real ID information. My guess is TSA, no matter what size airport you're in, when you show up with a state of Colorado ID card, whether that's an identification card or driver's license, TSA is going to assume that there's been some due diligence done in the issuance of that card. But it gets a lot more kind of esoteric in the world of healthcare, I would say. Do you remember the laws that we've passed in this state over the last few years as it relates to things like cannabis purchasing. Right? What did we do in this state? And those of you who are cannabis experts or follow this more closely, I would love to have a kind of phone a friend option. My understanding was that one of the ways we prohibited folks from shopping dispensary to dispensary to dispensary to dispensary, like clearly purchasing more cannabis products than a human being could sanely ingest or consume or inhale, I suppose, is that we ask them to provide a piece of identification, which is usually a driver's license. And we rely on that driver's license. We rely on that saying, look, if we see a pattern of purchasing that sort of doesn't jive with normal recreational use, meaning not use with an intent to distribute or sell, I think the laws that we wrote in this state assume that a dispensary logically can rely on a state-issued piece of identification as something being accurate to prevent criminal behavior when it comes to cannabis, which is something that I thought everybody was sort of aligned with. Everybody meaning the 35 of you with rapt attention right now, right? Maybe a better example is something more recently that we've been working on for a long time is the Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, PDMP. And all of the prescription medications or over-the-counter medications that used to be over-the-counter that are now, what do we call it, behind-the-counter, right? Drugs that were produced that either people were misusing, abusing, creating their own new party drugs versus down to cooking meth, right? If you want to buy Sudafed, a drug containing pseudoephedrine, right? When I was a kid, when you needed pseudoephedrine, your mom sent you down to the store, or your dad sent you down to the store, and you looked on the counter and you picked up a couple of boxes of pseudoephedrine and you paid for it with the money your parents gave you and you marched on home to help your sick family member. That's not the case in Colorado anymore. If you want to purchase a drug that contains pseudoephedrine, how many of you have done that lately? You need to purchase Sudafed, right? You show up, nothing's on the shelves anymore. Go talk to a pharmacist. Everything's behind the counter. And what do they ask? They ask for your driver's license. And they scan it. And they record that information to make sure that you are not shopping pharmacy to pharmacy to pharmacy across the state of Colorado, purchasing pounds and pounds of over-the-counter, historically over-the-counter pseudoephedrine products, and using it to replicate baking bad, right? All seen the show. So tinkering with the rules around issuing driver's licenses or Colorado identification cards has, in my opinion, broad-reaching consequences that go far beyond, hey, we just want to make sure that somebody has a traffic infraction or inadvertently gets struck in an accident, that we have a way for those folks to provide identification. If that were all that Senate Bill 182 was about, a lot of this would make a lot more sense to me. But the way at least the unamended bill, because I haven't seen any amendments actually pass yet. Did that pass? Yeah. It passed. Oh.
We already adopted an amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. But as I read the introduced bill, then for sure, right? And here's the other thing we have to be careful with. First of all, I appreciate if pieces of this were already struck. This is a Senate bill. And it's no secret to anybody with 14 days left in the legislative session. This building works in strange ways. We adopt amendments here in the Senate. Everybody kumbayas, and we all agree, and we think it's a wonderful thing. A lot of hugging here in the Senate. Really? And maybe that's just me. You know, and then a bill moves over to the House, and everything that we intended, everything that created such collegiality and perhaps hugging, miraculously doesn't survive the first committee over in the House, or doesn't survive the House floor. Gets struck out, and we're stuck here in the Senate at, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 days before session, talking about, what's gonna get voted on. So, again, appreciate work that was done by the sponsors on this piece. I, again, come before you to talk about the gravity of, again, the importance of these documents and who all relies on these documents outside of simply law enforcement, outside of, the what is it now? A hotel, when you rent a hotel, and want to see a driver's license and credit card and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there are so many elements of society today. Some of them maybe a little pedestrian. We can consider hotels. Others pretty critical. If we're talking about the PDMP, if we're talking about cannabis purchasing. Colleagues, we want to make sure that when somebody is issued an official document in the state of Colorado, that it can be something that can be relied upon as being accurate. Senate Bill 182, in my opinion, goes the opposite direction. I understand it's probably an easy fix, but to me, it's not necessarily the most creative fix, and perhaps we need to think outside the box if we want to solve the problem that I think I'm hearing without leaking into all the other parts of society that rely on these documents. So with that, I'd encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 182.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my concern about this bill is a national security concern. And as I think about national security, I'm reminded that the Aerospace and Defense Caucus is meeting at 11:30 in the basement, and lunch is available in the basement cafeteria. In room 0109, we are constantly concerned about the national security issues. And seriously, members, when I look at the statistics on those coming across the border, we have large numbers of people from Venezuela. Not surprising. A failed government. Why would you leave Venezuela? Well, pretty clear why. Their closest ally is Cuba. I think there's some national security concern there, but I think mostly you have overwhelmingly people just seeking a better future. And that's not, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't control our border over that. But when you get down on the list into a few thousand, a few hundred, I have to tell you, it becomes quite alarming. People from Afghanistan, some of which may be our allies and they're just seeking better life, but some of which may be from the #1 breeding ground of Al-Qaeda, a country that is failing once again. China, our #1 enemy with respect to domestic spying here domestically. And we are, this bill is no respecter of nationality. It is no respecter of nationality. And we're expanding the number of documents and the ability to really have someone achieve an identity document. We need to think about this. It now has a provision that you can provide an unexpired identity document that's 10 years old. That might be 5 years old by the time it expired. The ability to vet these people it's contrary to everything else we're doing in the United States today. You know, many years ago, and there's a well-known case in Hawaii of some people who did this. In my generation, the way you created a false identity was you walked through a cemetery and you found someone who died in infancy of about your age, of your gender, and you obtained a copy of their birth certificate, which was easy to do in those days, and you took it to the driver's license office and Social Security, and in my generation, we didn't issue Social Security numbers at birth. The reason we started doing that was because people were claiming their children and their dogs for exemption on their tax returns, so they wanted to be able to identify that yes, indeed, you had a child, or there were fake children being made up on tax returns. So that was the way you did that, and you know, last year, 2 people were arrested in Hawaii. They were American citizens, but they wanted to kind of escape their identities about 30 years ago, so they created false identities. And they'd worked for the federal government. One of the man of the couple had been in the Coast Guard under this assumed name. It remains unclear what their motivation was. Another national security issue. I raise these because we are going to be issuing essentially a document not just to drive, but will become an identity document, maybe not real ID, but it takes on the way to identify yourself with a photo ID. And yet, and a lot of these folks coming across the border are from Cuba. Again, why would you leave Cuba? You know why. But we had a Cuban immigrant, citizen, became a citizen, worked in the State Department for 30 years, turned out to be a spy for Fidel Castro. He's about 70, did a full career in the State Department, did extreme damage.
Senator Gardner, if your example does not involve an individual who obtained a document the way that this bill outlines, we might want to pick a different example.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I have to go back let me start at the very beginning. That will take us about 30 or 40 minutes.
Minus your announcement for your committee, which was unrelated to the bill.
Now, the bill. Let me read you the bill summary, Madam Chair. The bill summary is the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act authorizes the issuance of a driver's license or identification card, notice that, or identification card to an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States. This creates a national security problem. Now let me go on. The following are, among others, some of the requirements to be issued the driver's license or identification card. A requirement that the applicant has filed a Colorado resident income tax return for the immediately preceding year. A requirement that the applicant can demonstrate being a resident of the state for the immediately preceding 2 years. A requirement to provide a documented Social Security number or individual taxpayer identification number, and a requirement to present a passport, consular identification card, or military identification document from the person's country of origin. The bill, pay attention here, the bill changes these requirements by repealing the requirement that the applicant have filed a Colorado resident income tax return, repealing the requirement that the applicant demonstrate being a resident of the state for the immediately preceding 2 years, repealing the requirement that the applicant provide a documented Social Security number or individual taxpayer identification number. How about that? We're repealing that requirement, that you have a Social Security number or an ITIN, and adding the following documents to the list of acceptable identification documents. A photocopy of a passport issued by the applicant's country of origin, a voter identification card with a photograph issued by the applicant's country of origin, a driver's license, instruction, permit, or identification card issued by the applicant's country of origin, an identifying document issued by the United States Department of Homeland Security or its contractors or subcontractors, or the United States Department of Justice. An identification card issued under the intensive, notice this, intensive supervision appearance program by the United States Immigration and Custom Enforcement Agency, and a verification of release identification card issued by the Office of Refugee Resettlement in the United States Department of Health and Human Services. What's the bill say next? It says, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. That clause has to be in every bill. When you see strike everything below the enacting clause, that's striking everything below this clause. And if you strike the enacting clause itself, everything else in the bill becomes a nullity. Thank you. Section 1. Section 1, in Colorado Revised Statutes 42-2505, amend 1B and 1E and repeal 1C as follows. I don't have a copy of Title 2, 42-2505 to read to you, Madam Chair. But I don't think, because that's in the bill, I think it's important that we read 42-2505. And the things that are 1B and 1C, or 1B and 1E, and repeal 1C as follows. In the meantime, let me read what's here at line 3. 42.2.505, identification documents, individuals not lawfully present, rules. 1, documents issued. An individual who is not lawfully present in the United States may apply for an identification document in accordance with this Part 5. This is the current law, members. We already, and I think this would really alarm citizens. Thank you. This would really alarm citizens that an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States may apply for an identification card in accordance with 505. The department shall issue an identification document to an applicant who. Now, it starts, the bill starts at B for the changes, but I don't think you can really understand what we're doing here until you understand the paragraph before it. I mean, one of my concerns with bills all the time I've been here is you get a bill and our drafting conventions, and I understand why it is, we don't repeat the language above and the language after in a section. But 42.505A says that the department's going to issue an identification document to an applicant who, A, qualifies for the document applied for, except for qualifications that conflict with this section. I'm not sure what those qualifications might be. And then we get to B1. Right now it says signs an affidavit that the applicant is currently a resident and presents proof of return filing for the immediately preceding year and evidence of residence in Colorado that conforms with the standards of Public Law 109-13, Division B, Title II, Section 201 et sec, or any rules promulgated under Public Law 109-13, Division B, Title II, Section 201 et sec, or, now we get to B2. Now B2, you notice B2 is stricken. That's because we've taken out the provision that the applicant has continuously been a resident in Colorado for the immediately preceding 24 months and presents evidence of residence in Colorado for the immediately 24 months that conforms with the standards of Public Law 109-13, Division B, Title II, Section 201 et sec, or any rules promulgated under Public Law 109-13, Division B, Title II, Section 201 et sec. I'm happy to talk to the bill, Madam Chair. Happy to talk to the bill for an hour and a half. The problem with the bill is a national security problem. And my examples are about how easily in even systems more stringent than this, there are enemies of the United States that slip through. I don't have national security difficulties with the thousands of Venezuelans that are fleeing a socialist country with a failed economy that, because of its oil wealth, and they don't have restrictions on drilling there, could be the wealthiest in all of Central and South America. I don't have any problem with them. But among all of the tens and hundreds of thousands that come across the border, how many does it take? And we will, with this bill, make it that much easier for people like I was discussing before I was asked to speak to the bill, people that would wish us ill, that would do us badly. Madam Chair, I can speak to the bill for another hour. I can speak to the bill by reading the bill. I can speak to the bill by telling you what the national security dangers are that this bill ignores. Madam Chair, I speak to the bill when I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 182. Senator Gonzalez.
Briefly, incredibly briefly, Madam Chair, I want to just respond to the concerns that have been raised, because you will notice in the original Colorado Road and Community Safety Act that was adopted on a bipartisan basis in 2013, that there's distinction made between not lawfully present, temporarily lawfully present, and permanently lawfully present. And because there has been concern raised about national security, I carry citizenship privilege in this country, meaning I am born in the state of Arizona. The TSA, and in order to comport with the Federal Real ID Act of 2005, requires all states to issue clear identification. You can see on my driver's license here, I guess I won't do that, but you can see on my driver's license here that there is a black star on the upper right-hand corner of my driver's license. For individuals who receive licenses or identification cards on any part of the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act, whether they are not lawfully present or temporarily lawfully present, there is a large and prominent black bar that this is only a document available for state purposes. So not for TSA, not for any other federal purposes, certainly not for voting or for public benefits. Now, there was also questions raised about being able to access and go to purchase cannabis. Friends, colleagues, cannabis is still illegal at the federal level, and going and doing any activity that is criminal in nature, or even if it has been lawfully, even if it has been regularized in the state of Colorado, it still remains federally illegal. And if any person, whether they are undocumented, whether they're an asylum seeker, whether they're a DACA recipient, whether they're on a student passport, student visa, would be subject to immediate and permanent expulsion from the United States with no ever ability to return. And so I name that, and I want to close by acknowledging that, yeah, there is a federally broken immigration system. Republicans have failed on that, and so too have Democrats. There was a bipartisan federal bill that we could have passed 2 months ago, and that deal failed. Until then, this is a real life attempt for us to meaningfully address the fallout of Congress's inability to, I don't know, agree on what time of day it is or what day of the week it is. And so with that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 182.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 182. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 90?
Senate Bill 90 by Senators Will and Bridges and Representatives Byrd and Evans, concerning possession of identifying information while driving and in connection therewith increasing the penalty for a driver who refuses to provide it to a peace officer identifying information that it is in the driver's possession.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 90 and the committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a few changes to the bill, significant ones that were made in advance of requests from, that were made in response to testimony. We laid the bill over for action only. We believe it was our attempt to address all the concerns that were raised. I think we did a pretty good job of it. We do have a couple more amendments here today.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is adopted.
Want to run that one first?
To the bill, Senator Will.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L005?
L005.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 90.
To the amendment.
So basically what this amendment is, it's about the electronic identification credentialing. Basically means that the department-approved electronic extension of a physical driver's license, so you can have your driver's license on your cell phone, et cetera, and that's what this amendment does, and it just makes it valid, and so you can substitute an electronic identification credential that is an extension of the person. So it's a good amendment, stuff that's been requested, and makes the bill, I think, a lot better, and makes it more easily for people to comply with the identification requirements.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
See?
The ayes have it, and
We
the
have a
amendment is
demonstration of
adopted.
this. Yeah, thanks, man.
There is another amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
L006, amendment for the bill,
Senator
page 5.
Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we were working on this bill, it became very clear that there is a real challenge in our in the community of folks here in the state that don't actually have IDs, and because of the law previous to the bill that we just passed before this, could not get an ID for at least 2 years living here in this state. This is, I think we just discussed the last bill. This needs to change. If we're going to require folks to show their ID when they get pulled over, we want to make sure that they have the ability to get that ID. And so this bill simply aligns the enactment, this amendment simply aligns the enactment of Senate Bill 90 with the at least initial implementation of the previous bill to address a concern that we heard in committee, we took very seriously, and in fact worked in another bill to address. Wasn't within the scope of the title of this bill, but it is something that we think makes this bill a better bill, and happy to move this amendment to align those timelines.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there's going to be at least a little more discussion here of this bill. I just want to make sure everyone knows all this bill says is that when you get pulled over here in the state of Colorado, you have to tell a cop who you are. If you have an ID, you give them the ID. If you don't have an ID, there's a lot of other ways that you can comply with that, whether that is the digital ID that was shown earlier, or if that is simply by providing your name and birthday to the officer pulling you over. If you fail to do that, if you refuse to do that, really the only way that this bill comes into effect is if you are actively refusing to help the officer figure out who you are. In that case, then you are arrested and you are held only until your ID can be positively established. This is a State Patrol priority. Ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Senator Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll reiterate that Senate Bill 90 is a Colorado State Patrol agenda bill. And, you know, I believe in public safety. I believe in the law enforcement in this state. And this bill will allow officers to act on, you know, active warrants and those type of things. And it'll also compel cooperation. Back in 21, Senate Bill 21-271, the Colorado Revised Statute 42-115 was about downgrading this not having ID from a misdemeanor to Class A traffic infraction. And so there wasn't the ability to actually identify people. They could just basically not comply with law enforcement. And this gives the ability to properly identify individuals on a traffic stop. I want to make sure that everyone understands there has to be probable cause or a reasonable suspicion to pull someone over. This isn't just randomly out there pulling people over and seeing if they have their driver's license, et cetera. So I want to make that perfectly clear. And, you know, these are extreme cases we're talking about when someone is clearly uncooperative and has no intention of giving their identity to law enforcement officials. So this will make it a misdemeanor so they can actually be identified and taken into custody if need be. So I'm basically just seeking to return the penalty to refusal to provide identification to a misdemeanor offense. That's basically what it is. And if you're an advocate of public safety, you should like this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the sponsors, I have a question. Would this bill apply to those not lawfully present in the United States as discussed in the previous Bill 182?
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, exactly, which is why I just ran the amendment to align the implementation date of this bill to the implementation date of the previous bill. Whoever you are, when you commit a traffic offense and are pulled over, you need to identify yourself to the officer that pulled you over. It is all this bill says. And there's lots of different ways that you can make that you can identify yourself and comply with this bill. And yes, that does include folks who are undocumented.
Senator Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And in response to the good senator from Woodland Park, there's a comment. I want to add that this is the good part of this is that you, at least when someone's pulled over, you will know who they are before the traffic offense or violation or whatever it is complete. You will know who they are. And, you know, in 182, we're talking about the border and the issues with those newcomers to this state. This bill allows law enforcement or public safety officers in this state to positively identify who they're dealing with. Without this bill, we don't have that. So,
Senator Gonzalez. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L004?
L004, amendment for
Senator
Bill, page
Gonzalez.
5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L4 to Senate Bill 90. What this amendment does is actually tie the implementation of Senate Bill 90 to follow the full and complete implementation of Senate Bill 182. The reason that this is important is, I think, directly from, stemming from the concerns raised by the good senator from Colorado Springs, where he was stating that there are national security concerns at play. And so should there be those national security concerns, let's ensure that people are able to have their documents and identities verified in order to create a Colorado, in order to create clarity for our state patrol and law enforcement officers to ensure that they get it right when they're pulling over and asking for identification from a driver in the state of Colorado. Now, what this would do is ensure that until and unless that bill becomes law, that the new higher penalty of a misdemeanor arrestable offense would not come into play because people are simply trying to wait the appropriate amount of time to present an identification. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the good senator from Denver pointed out, this ties the effective date of Senate Bill 90 to the date in the previous bill in 182 when full document acceptance is implemented. That date is 2027. However, all the parts of 182 that shorten that time window that really fix most of the problems that we heard about in committee in Senate Bill 90, that implementation date is March of next year. And so that's why the implementation date of Senate Bill 90 is March of next year. Also in Senate Bill 90, many of the documents that will be accepted under 182, once that full document piece has been included, that full document piece is actually part of Senate Bill 90. You can present many of those same documents already to verify your identification in the case that you are pulled over. So ask for a no vote on this.
The motion is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 90. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 90 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 200.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 200. All those in favor say aye.
Hey!
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 200?
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Coleman, and Representatives Bacon and Joseph, concerning ways to address equity, diversity, and inclusion disparities in Colorado's child welfare system.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 200 in the Health and Human Services Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we adopted amendments asked for by community. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill will create accountability in the child welfare system by requiring the Colorado Department of Human Services to produce and publicize statewide data on disproportionality and disparities at every stage in the child welfare system. It will require child welfare workers to have proficiency in addressing discrimination, racism, and bias in the child welfare system through improving equity training of child welfare workers and evaluation and reporting the outcomes of that training. And it will ensure updates to the child welfare funding model support, practices, and resources that improve equitable outcomes in child welfare. The counties worked very hard on this together, and as you heard, we adopted amendments from community. This was a big community effort. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 200. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 202.
The motion is to take up Senate Bill 202. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will take up Senate Bill 202. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 202?
Senate Bill 202 by Senator Fields and Representative Joseph concerning a parent's financial obligation to cover costs of a child in out-of-home placement.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 202 on second reading with no with no committee reports.
Is there any discussion?
Senate Bill.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 200 provides an individual approach to child support assignment for children and youth in foster care. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 202. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 202 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 32.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 32. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 32?
Senate Bill 32 by Senators Priola and Winter and Huckes Lewis and Representative Vigil concerning methods to increase the use of transit.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 32 and the Finance and Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, members. In Finance, we struck a tax credit and passed it out. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in Appropriations, we appropriated the funds from the MMOF fund. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L010?
L010, amend the Appropriations Committee report.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L010.
To the amendment.
This does some clarifying language around the role of the Colorado Association of Transit Agencies and making, and it's a technical clarifying amendment on how they would like to be referred to in statute.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L009?
L009, amend printed bill, page 28, after line 10, insert section 4 in Colorado Revised Statutes 434605, amend 1.51, introductory portion, and 1.53 as follows. 434605.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L009.
To the amendment.
L009 removes some restraints on using the visitor benefit tax on transit, and this is a request from some rural communities, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L008?
L008.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L008 to Senate Bill 32.
To the amendment.
Yeah, members, this amendment pushes out or continues a tax credit related to transit. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 32? Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 32. The bill has a substantial summary. I mean, it's a 31-page bill. Has a substantial summary, but in addition to the substantial summary, it has an overweening, and you can almost see the gauze-filled or the dystopian future that is shot through gauze in the movie that this bill would like to present our circumstance to exist in. The legislative deck is, as we all know, it doesn't matter, but it matters. The reality is it's a statement of what the General Assembly believes the circumstance is.
There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L011?
L011, amendment printed bill, page
Minority
5.
Leader Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I accept the gentle nudge and I move Amendment L011 to Senate Bill 32.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much. So as I was saying, the legislative declaration draws a number of conclusions that set on a foundation of sand, shifting sand. There are some elements where National Highway Transportation information that I wouldn't disagree with, but there are a number of other elements in this particular legislative declaration where they're making claims that are just not supportable. And they are drawing conclusions that are erroneous in nature based on the unsupportable information that they're basing those conclusions on. So Amendment 11 would strike the legislative declaration and say, save 6 pages of the bill, let's get down to business with this bad bill and deal with the bad bill in the structure that it is, instead of starting out with a bunch of misrepresentations and inaccurate information presented in an effort to sell a bill that is questionable in its very nature. I urge your support of Amendment 11.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in opposition of Amendment 11. This portion strikes a lot of the parts of the bill that speak to air quality in the state, and especially along the Front Range, what we're dealing with. Having sat on the Ozone Interim Committee, we learned firsthand that oil and gas development is a leading cause of ozone, but right behind it is VMT, vehicle miles traveled. This bill came out of the Transportation Interim Committee, the TLRC, but in a sense, it helps mitigate some of the impacts that we learned about and studied in the Ozone Interim Committee. This bill is good for reducing traffic congestion in our state, as we have all heard from our constituents, but furthermore, it's good for cleaning up the air, especially along the Front Range, where we've been in non-attainment from the EPA for a number of years. So this amendment is not helpful to those efforts, and I would simply ask for a no vote on L011.
Senator Lundin.
Well, let's dig into the ledge deck and start discerning exactly what it is and what it says. Let's start at the bottom. Final conclusion, Roman 3. It's the state's responsibility to support programs that reduce the growth in driving and expand public transit. False. It's market that will drive that if you want it to be sustainable in any meaningful way. I reject that. It's, of course, drawing that conclusion because the bill is designed to do exactly that, to say you can't have a car. Get rid of your Western way of life. The idea that you want to go where you want to go is no longer allowed. You got to go where the train's going. You got to go where the bus is going. And you have to ride on the schedule of the train and you have to ride on the schedule of the bus. You may not live the free life you want to live. I reject that. I object to that. That's the final conclusion drawn in this legislative declaration. Sub 2, or Roman 2 before that. One of the key findings of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap, it's not a key finding, it's a roadmap that argues for a set of conclusions that you may or may not disagree with, but to argue as part of the legislative declaration that it is a key finding of this, it's a key aspiration, it's a key hope of, but as we all know, hope is not a strategy, is that reducing growth in driving is an important tool to achieve the state's climate goals, and that expanding public transit is an important near-term action can help those goals. All right, the previous speaker stepped in and said, we've got to get rid of oil and gas. Oil and gas is bad. Well, I will tell you something, friends. Clean, burning natural gas has done more to bend the curve of greenhouse gas emissions across this small blue-green orb we all call Earth and is our home, than anything else. You'd have to increase the number of electric vehicles on the roads by factors and factors. We have about 3% of the necessary EVs to be on the road, meaning you need a 97% expansion. You got to come up with 97 points of additional electric vehicles to get the same effect that removing coal power production and bringing natural gas power production online has already done. Roman 1, the environment and the economic issues that result from increased reliance on passenger vehicles and an increase in the number of miles traveled per person is a matter of statewide concern. I would say it's a matter of statewide culture. The reality is, this is the West. The West was built on the backs of a free people living an individualistic life, supporting their neighbors when their neighbors asked for and needed support. So I've only worked through the last 3 elements of this ledge deck. There's 6 additional pages I could go through and argue point by point. I simply urge your support of amendment, I believe it's 11, to strike this ledge deck, and then we can talk about the policy, which has its own set of problems.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment, 11, specifically for the reason that it would address the primary problem with this bill, and that is it reaches way beyond what an appropriate function of government would be, and specifically to the words that would be removed by Amendment 11, these words that say that the purpose is to induce certain designated behavior by taxpayers. You know, if you look at our founding document, it doesn't say that governments are instituted among men to induce behavior, designated behavior by taxpayers. This is wholly inappropriate. As a law, government is force. And to have a bill that would turn into law that induces certain designated behavior is just repugnant. We need to stop moving towards trying to get the people to behave in a way that we prefer. It's fine to inform the people on the effects of individual travel versus transit and so on, but to then induce them to behave a particular way is wholly inappropriate for law, and we ought not to go there. The purpose of government is to secure the people's rights, not to induce them to a designated behavior. This is dangerous language. This is 1984. The book was a novel, not a roadmap. So I ask that we pass this Amendment 11. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment 11. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, there is further discussion. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're going to induce the designated behavior of people to ride transit, then I think it would behoove us to ensure the safety while they're riding that transit.
There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L012?
L012, amend printed bill, page 13, after line 3, insert 7. The Regional Transportation District shall not implement a statewide transit pass pursuant to this section unless the Regional Transportation District hires at least 75 additional transit police officers.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a single...
Could you please move the amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I move L012 to Senate Bill 32.
Great. To the amendment.
Thank you. So I'm going to just read the single sentence that is this amendment. The Regional Transportation Districts shall not implement a statewide transit pass pursuant to this section unless the Regional Transportation District hires at least 75 additional transit police officers. If we're going to be compelling folks to ride transit, then let's make sure that it doesn't become New York. let's make sure that we have sufficient security to protect the riders while they are subjecting themselves to public transportation, and make sure that they feel safe and are safe. So I ask a yes vote on Amendment 12.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I encourage a no vote on this amendment. A couple of things. First, RTD has the highest paid police officer in the entire state. They have an entire security team. RTD is independent from us, and it is their job to choose who and how to hire and how many folks to hire. And one of the reasons we are running this bill is because free fare for better air actually worked. And one of the things that drivers cited was they were safer on the bus, because when more folks were using transit, incidents went down, drivers felt safer, and there was reduced crime rates, and it did make it safer. So this bill does make it safer. This amendment is not an appropriate use of the state telling RTD what to do, and I encourage a no vote.
Senator Lundin.
I rise in support of Amendment 12. The reality is that this bill is a big hunk of the social engineering that keeps coming across in this, conversation around transportation. Don't live your life the way you want to live your life. Live your life the way we want you to live your life, is what this bill says in different words. And we're not even sure if it's safe for you. This amendment simply says, make it safe. If you're going to push people into a direction they may or may not want to go, at least put them in a safe environment. This is a sensible amendment. Vote for 12.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
Nope, we're doing that Senate bill.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order, take up Senate Bill 47.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 47. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, please read the title to Senate Bill 47.
Senate Bill 47 by Senators Huckes, Lewis, and Priola, and Representatives Young and Epps, concerning the prevention of substance use disorders.
Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 47 and the accompanying Health and Human Services report.
To the Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Human Services, we did a couple of clinical terminology changes. I get to put on my pharmacy hat about gabapentin class, gabapentinoids. We also added data from Civic. So I ask for the approval of the HHS committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the HHS report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 47 and the accompanying Finance Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Finance, we took out the SNAP data that was going to be a part of our perinatal substance use data link. The problem is the SNAP data is federal, and we don't have permission to use that data. So I ask for approval of our Finance Committee work.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Senator Priola.
Collection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the report.
Yes, in appropriation, we've reduced the fiscal note by removing some collection data.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L011?
L011, amendment printed bill, page 24, line 9, strike supplemental. Page 24 of the bill, strike line 10. Amend the Appropriations Committee report dated April 19, 2024, page 1, line 9, strike of Title
Senator
26.
Hawkes-Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L011 to Senate Bill 47.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, because we were reducing items in the fiscal note, because we were moving some things around about data, this actually is a technical fix. It fixes an error that was made in the appropriations amendment because what we have to do is basically put back in some of the data that would have been taken out. So we ask for your aye vote on L011.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L12?
L012, amendment printed
Senator
bill, page 19.
Hawkes-Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L012 to Senate Bill 47.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was brought to us by one of the stakeholders. It's just guaranteeing that the data that's being used for folks that are suffering from substance use disorder would not be given out externally other than to the folks that are actually doing the research for substance use disorder.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 12. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 47? Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I renew my motion on Senate Bill 47. I just want to thank my co-prime sponsor for her many hours of work on the amendments. And this bill came out of the Opioid and Other Substances Interim Committee, so it's been thoroughly stakeholder through the summer, fall, and now through session, and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Come on down.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why don't you guys cuddle in a little closer? There we go. Make me slightly more uncomfortable while I tell everybody why they should vote no on Senate Bill 47.
Let's have one person at the well at a time.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, you can vote however you want on Senate Bill 47. I'm a no vote on Senate Bill 47 because I've been a no vote on all of these bills for the last 2 years. When I first was elected and came in as chair of Health and Human Services, we had, I don't want to say countless, numerous people come into Health and Human Services Committee and discuss how we needed to take millions of dollars of taxpayer funds and plow it into programs to prevent overdose deaths related to substance use disorders. And I thought, that sounds like a great idea. So I voted yes. And then I voted yes. And then the next year, more bills came, and I voted yes. And I voted yes, and I voted yes. And then year 3 came, and more millions of dollars, because overdose deaths from substance use disorders were increasing. So we keep seeing bills, we keep spending millions, and overdose deaths due to substance use disorders continue to increase. As recently as, when was this article? April 15th, 2024, from CPR. Okay, there's probably not a lot of people who would say that CPR is some right-leaning, partisan news reporting organization, would be my guess. I mean, somebody can come to the well and dispute that if they'd like. I think CPR does a pretty good job. CPR. Drug overdose deaths continue to increase as state gets millions in opioid settlement funds. So we're up to, colleagues, now we're up to something like $200 to $400 million worth of tax money being plowed into these programs. And for every $100,000 that we spend as a state, we successfully watch opioid deaths due to overdose increase farther in our state. At what point are we as a body going to say, you know what, maybe, just maybe, what we are doing as a state isn't working? Maybe, just maybe, we need to try something different. It's been 8 years, colleagues, 8 years, and depending on whose arithmetic you want to use, $200 to $400 million going to these programs. And I'm sure you'll hear, God, I kind of hope that we hear somebody come to the well and say, if we save even one life, isn't it worth it? That would be wholly appropriate at this point, because that's the argument people give when you spend $200 to $400 million promising the citizens of Colorado that their tax money is being used to help things, when in fact the numbers and the statistics would tell you it's doing the exact opposite. The only logical argument is to come and say, well, if it saves one life, isn't it worth it? That's the only logical argument I can think of. And of course, you'll hear that argument from the same folks that don't push things like motorcycle helmets and ski helmets and speed limits being reduced to 40 miles an hour across our state, right? If it saves one life in this area, isn't it worth it? But if it's going to save a life and means we have to slow down on our highways, then no, we're not interested in talking about that, right? Or forcing people to wear a ski helmet, right? We're not going to talk about any of that stuff. But here we are. Here's another $2.6 million, colleagues, to add to the big bucket of money. Revised fiscal note?
You're looking at the wrong fiscal note. It's under $1 million.
3 point. Anyways, we'll have the sponsors come dispute that all they want. More than $1, colleagues, is being spent here, which is $1 more than what we should be spending on these continuations of failing programs. Everything the state is doing, everything that the legislature is trying to do, and with good intentions. I'm not saying folks in this body or in the chamber across the way don't want to see overdose deaths due to substance use disorders go down. That's not what I'm insinuating. That's not an accusation that I'm lobbying. What I'm saying is everything we're trying isn't working, which is also, by the way, why I voted to create the dumpster fire that is the Behavioral Health Administration. I voted yes for that because I was convinced that everything that we're doing here is so flawed and so broken and taking our state in the wrong direction that I was willing to try anything, including creating an enormous new government enterprise on the hopes that we could reverse some of this. And it is not working. So what are we doing instead? Instead, we've got Senate Bill 47, which says, let's continue to do the same thing we've been doing, plow hundreds of thousands, maybe not millions, hundreds of thousands of more taxpayer money into the same failed ideas, the same failing processes, so that we can go back and say, look, we did something good. While in the meantime, the law would tell us that everything we're doing is absolutely not working. Would ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 47.
Senator Hawkes-Liss.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to leave the discussion thinking that folks aren't out there really struggling to try to come up with best practices and how to address substance use disorders there. Our testimony was over days and days and days. There are so many clinicians and counselors and data folks and our departments. This bill was a compilation of so many groups that are trying to help with youth using alcohol, youth using drugs, working to improve the prescription drug monitoring program, which is why I became very interested in the bill, working to do substance use disorder prevention work. We heard from at least 10 different groups doing that. They're working on analyzing overdose facility. There's many teams working on looking at that. There's substance use screening. There is intervention teams. There are referral teams. There are researchers looking at data about what happens to children when they're born and their mother was addicted. They're looking at opioid data use. There are so many groups. I won't list them all, but this bill is a compilation of so many people's work and what they need to continue that work. We had to, unfortunately, because of our funding, our lack of funding this year, we had to reduce the fiscal note down to under $500,000. But this will at least keep some of these programs going. And so that's why this bill is so important. Many groups are out there listening to make sure we pass this, because these are the tools that they need to continue this substance use disorder work. And so we ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 47.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, there has been a lot of work done in this space over the years, but in my opinion, the bills that are now coming out of the interim committee, which only meets every other year, are getting down into the granularity and even actually adjusting some of the policies that have been implemented in prior years. And here's an example. Exempts veterinarians from certain aspects of the program that are specific for prescriptions for humans. So this was a part that was put into place a number of years ago around prescription drug, what's the term I'm looking for? The PDMP, it modified the PDMP and the requirements. So through debate and discussion and data over the number of years, they realized it needed to be tweaked, and this bill does something like that. So to the good senator from Douglas County, we are trying, and experts in this field are doing the best they can to mitigate as much death that is coming from a lot of illegal drugs that are being brought in this country. But I'd also like to point out that through study, it's proven, and the data bears out, that 2/3 of substance use disorder is linked to alcohol. And that is something that isn't always discussed in this space, in these discussions. And also to the point of discussion of the $200 to $400 million invested in this space, that is true. A lot of it came from the COVID packages to deal with folks being basically on lockdown for a year, more or less. But that money is going away. So there is going to be a cliff effect in the funds that are flowing to a number of the programs that have been wrapped up in the prior years. So with that, I'll renew my motion for a yes vote on Senate Bill 47.
The motion is the adoption of, oh, we are not done discussing it. I apologize. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let's cut to the chase. The bill does not actually address the issue of prescription drug overdoses in the state. The bill does nothing to address the issue of prescriber noncompliance. The prescription drug monitoring program is still weekly attended to, weekly complied with. This bill is pointless.
Now, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 47. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 47 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order. Take up Senate Bill 48.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 48. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 48?
Senate Bill 48 by Senator Priola and Representatives DeGree, Kennedy, and Lynch concerning recovery from substance use disorders.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 48 and the Business BLT Committee report, as well as the Appropriations Committee report.
To the BLT report.
In Business, Labor, and Technology, we made an amendment related to the space that deals with studying and stakeholdering as it relates to folks in recovery from substance use disorder. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the BLT report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the bill committee report is adopted. To the appropriations report.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, J Amendment 1 appropriated roughly $344,000 and through a number of areas, as well as there was another amendment that tweaked the BLT committee report. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the appropriations committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L020?
L020, amendment printed.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L020 to Senate Bill 48.
To the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, members, simply clarifies the language around recovery support service organizations in the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill L20. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing better to make my point than Senate Bill 48. We just read the appropriations report. What are we doing that's new? What are we doing that's different? What are we doing that wasn't included in Senate Bill 47? Why do we need yet another bill? Hundreds of thousands of more taxpayer dollars on the exact same topic again. Nothing revolutionary. No change in direction from the state around the normalization that is happening, that has happened in our state around substance use. Not only is there no change in direction, we continue as a state to more or less glorify the use of substances in our state. At every turn, just had a festival. This is what's so disappointing, is when we need leadership at the highest levels to broadcast to our citizens that the path that we're going down is leading to record numbers of overdose deaths in our state due to substance use disorders. And pick whatever substance you want, by the way, I don't care. You want to pick alcohol? Pick alcohol. You want to pick cannabis? Pick cannabis. But what is the General Assembly's response to the record number of overdose deaths in our state? What are the folks in this chamber and the chamber across the way doing to address this? Well, let's put hundreds of thousands of dollars into this study. Let's put hundreds of thousands of dollars into this. Let's put hundreds of thousands of dollars into that. A few $1 million over here, a few $1 million over there, without anybody addressing big picture what's going on in Colorado. We're just going to nibble around the edges until we're spending billions of dollars in our state. My prediction is, I won't be here to see it come true, but you all can send me an email. My prediction is, with the passage of Senate Bill 47 and Senate Bill 48, here's my prediction. You can put it in your calendars. You can send me an email. Rub my nose in it. My prediction is that deaths due to substance use disorders increases in the next 12 months. That's my prediction. After spending, what's the note on this after appropriations? Who's on appropriations? What are we spending here? Another $500,000? Another $500,000? We just spent $500,000 45 seconds ago on the previous bill. Colleagues, what's the definition of insanity? How many sessions, how many hundreds of millions of dollars before somebody does something different in our state? And again, I'm sympathetic. I'm not in my seat right now just listening quietly because I want my prediction to come true. I'm at this microphone because I want this trend to be reversed. I want somebody to do something different. I want leadership at the highest levels to say that what is going on in Colorado right now is unacceptable. And we will not tolerate a year after year after year trend of deaths due to substance use disorders going up every year. That we're not going to stand for it anymore. That's why I'm at the microphone. And again, I'm sympathetic to the folks that keep running these bills because I was that person in 2017 and 2018 and 2019, voting yes, fingers crossed, they say this will work, and being disappointed year after year after year after reading the statistics of what's really happening in our state. That's why I'm standing up here. I'm not here to throw rocks and be a naysayer. I want something that works. The same old isn't cutting it. It hasn't cut it. This isn't new. We've got plenty of money to try something innovative. But when the first floor tells us, no, we've already got our money allocated, and we're going to do this and that and the other thing with it, then we're forced to do what we're doing with Senate Bills 47 and 40, in this case 48, is continue to nibble around the edges and watch statistically as our state continues to crumble and decline in what we should be doing in this area for the citizens of the state of Colorado. Colleagues, our citizens deserve better. Our citizens deserve better than nibbling around the edges and doing the same old, getting the exact same results. I would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 48. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in Business and Labor and heard this bill. And I think I've explained to you before, when people come and testify, I do my best to get their names spelt right and have all the listing here of all of the people who came and testified on this. And the major group of people that were there to talk about this, they even had T-shirts made, emblazoned with what they said the name of this bill was, Move the Booze. I mean, I've been here I've got a group of friends who have T-shirts as well, and they're not allowed to wear their shirts in these kinds of committees. I was a little surprised to be sitting there reading Move the Booze while they all came up onto the testimony tables, but that's somebody else's problem. But the deal with that was that's what I thought, and they even referred to this as the Move the Booze bill. I never even heard the term until all of these people came and started talking to us about it. And there is a lot of maneuvers and mannerisms and hoops that jumped through. I mean, this is one of my bigger filled folders that I was following along on, and lots of stuff going on here. And I guess my question for where we are today is, after all of this, is this still the Move the Booze bill, or have I missed something else in all of these strike belows and appropriation committee reports and something? Are we still moving the booze, or are we doing something else here?
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the good senator from Arapahoe County. The title of this bill is concerning recovery from substance use disorder. The section you referred to is Section 8 of the bill. That has not changed since BLT. Again, I renew my motion for to pass Senate Bill 48 and ask for an aye vote.
Was Senator Simpson next in line? Senator Beasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I also was in the committee that heard the bill, and what caused me to vote no on the bill was, again, an overreach, in my opinion, on of our role. So I want to read the part that seemed to go too far. It says that a liquor licensed drugstore shall display all alcohol beverages accessible by and visible to a consumer no more than one location on the retail sales floor, which location is not adjacent to a display of non-alcohol beverages, and must not exceed 1% of the licensee's total retail space, unless the location is a cooler with a door from which the non-alcohol beverages are not accessible, or separate the display of alcohol beverages from the non-alcohol beverages with the display of one or more non-beverage products or another physical divider, and display a sign in the area described in subsection 5 of this section that says that is prominent, easily readable by consumers, meets all the requirements for format established by the executive director by rule, and reads in print that is no smaller than 1/2-inch bold-faced type, quote, "These beverages contain alcohol. Please read the label carefully." All right, I just think we need to be more serious about when we are moving something from an idea into law, and that we ought not to be micromanaging our retail businesses to this degree.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 48. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 48 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order and hear Senate Bill 59.
The motion is to proceed out of order for hearing Senate Bill 59. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Aye. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, can you please read the title to Senate Bill 59?
Senate Bill 59 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Michelson Janane, Representatives Duran and Pugliese, concerning establishing a children's behavioral health statewide system of care.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2459, including the Health and Human Services report and the Appropriations report.
To the HHS report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, we made some substantial changes and amendments that we had worked on with the department and with counties. Again, looking at how to work with the fiscal note, and we were able to do some substantial changes that would decrease the fiscal note. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations report, again, we had a couple of additional amendments that reduce the fiscal note. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. I urge everyone to vote aye on Senate Bill 59. This is a bill that we started off with in the Child Welfare Interim Committee, came out unanimously. Then we went to Health and Human Services. It came out unanimously. We were pretty close to unanimous in appropriations. That's why we're here. It was an 8-1 vote. But anyways, this is a great bill. We've been working on this for several months now, and again, we did work with the department on it. What it does, members, is it creates a implementation team. We've heard earlier about, some of the issues with the Behavioral Health Administration, and what this does is put in place a implementation team that will create a roadmap to ensure that every child has the opportunity through a system of care to get behavioral health resources that they need, whether it's through screening, assessments, but a determination of specific services for each of these children. The amendments that we put into place basically show how we would phase in this system of care and this bill, and we would start first with children that are on Medicaid and that also are underinsured, so are uninsured, and then we would move to underinsured and also then private payers as well, because our idea is here in developing a system of care is to ensure that children are not necessarily placed in child welfare or pushed or shoved into child welfare services either. So again, it's about wraparound services and it's about our children in the state of Colorado. I would urge an aye vote.
Senator Michaelson-Jenet.
Thank you so much. I want to thank my co-prime sponsor for all of her amazing work on this bill. And just to illuminate for you what the core services are of this bill that would be in a system of care, we have standardized screening, standardized assessment, tiered care coordination with individualized youth-guided family-driven care planning, mobile crisis response, crisis stabilization, and crisis resolution team services specific to children and youth, services both in-home and community-based that are individualized, culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and evidence-based, out-of-home treatment services, parent peer supports, youth peer supports, and so importantly, respite care. We have to prioritize the needs of our young people now. We have to build a system that isn't child welfare or juvenile justice to serve them. We have to begin building a system of care.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to thank the sponsors for bringing this. This is huge. This is a big deal for all of our counties. And before I get started, I just want to tell all the counties out there that have child welfare staff, thank you for everything that you do, because this is going to take a lot of burden off of them. Our staff has been great. Former county commissioner get to be with our Logan County with the staff there, and the child welfare staff is very overworked and overwhelmed with a lot of the things that we have to deal with. The fact that this bill is bringing this issue to a forefront needs to be looked at and really focused on, because our youth needs help in this area, and our counties are doing the best they can, and I really appreciate this bill. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 59. Senate Bill 59, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 59. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 59 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to hear Senate Bill 117.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 117. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 117?
Senate Bill 117 by Senator Cutter and Representative Degree Kennedy, concerning protections for individuals with an eating disorder and in connection therewith requiring an eating disorder treatment and recovery facility to hold an appropriate designation and requiring the Behavioral Health Administration to regulate the use of involuntary feeding tubes.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-117, the Appropriations Report, and the Health and Human Services Report.
To the Health and Human Services Report.
So in that committee, we just added an amendment to allow for some more flexibility for medical providers, and we ask, yeah, that's all. That's what we did.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Report, we added an amendment to make it easier for the department to implement. They needed a little bit of time to implement, and did some clarification for Denver Health.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. We have an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L008?
L008, amend printed bill, page 4, line 15.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the request of healthcare providers, we're including a technical amendment that will provide clarity and consistency across facilities concerning the procedures for involuntary feeding tubes and how it aligns with current statute, and we ask for your support.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Mullica.
Can I request a senatorial 5?
Yes, we will take a senatorial 5. We left off under discussion of Senate Bill 117, the amendment L008. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of amendment L008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and amendment L008 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 117? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the most dangerous mental health trends is the increase of eating disorders, and where we treat folks with eating disorders currently are not certified or regulated, and this will ensure patients are safer and we are treating the whole patient, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 117. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 146.
The motion is to proceed out of order and to take up Senate Bill 146. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senators Colker and Hansen and Representative Garcia concerning the creation of an income tax credit to provide temporary tax relief for income-qualified renters of a primary residence in the state.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 146 on second reading, along with the Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee made some minor adjustments to the tax credit eligibility limits, and I urge the adoption of the Finance Committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report to 146. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee not only adopted the J amendment, but also did an L amendment that made sure that any tax credits did not affect affordable housing eligibility. And I ask for your acceptance of the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, Senate Bill 146 is a really critical bill for us this year. We've had, of course, significant changes in the rental market that have meant significant changes in rent levels across the state. Senate Bill 146 is designed to be a targeted relief to help renters and provide them with tax credit to help make their cost of living more affordable. And I urge your adoption of Senate Bill 146.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 146. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 146 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 149.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 149. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, can you please read the title to Senate Bill 149?
Senate Bill 149 by Senator Henriksen concerning workers' compensation insurance for state employees.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 149 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Business, Labor, and Technology, we struck the initial requirement that the state seek and procure out-of-state workman's comp or out of private workman's comp insurance. We struck the part of the bill that generated a fiscal note, and we clarified the transparency requirements that we're seeking from the state.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the BLT report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L006?
L006, amend the business.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as mentioned...
Could you move the amendment,
yes.
please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Business, Labor, and Technology, we made the amendment that we spoke about in the committee report requiring the transparency from the Department of Personnel Administration on what we as a state spend on workman's comp and what the cost comparisons are. This amendment better aligns the committee amendment with an existing process that DPA already conducts. DPA does a good thing, which is get cost comparisons every few years, and we're codifying that in this bill with this amendment and making it a more complete process. The process of getting the cost comparisons under this more complete process will start in 2026. DPA is engaging this year on their cost comparison, so to align it with the existing every few years principle makes 2026 the next logical point, and then at least every 3 to 4 years after that. We've spoken to DPA on this, and they are good with this amendment. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L6? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L6. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 149? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 149. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 162.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 162. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 162?
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Marchman and Winter and Representatives Bacon and Harrod concerning best practices for responding to discriminatory conduct in schools and in connection therewith, developing training consistent with the best practices.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 162 and the associated Education and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Education Report. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made 3 changes in the Education Committee. One was we added specificity that of 2 district reps, 1 would be rural. For the second piece, we did some changing on language around the training for the AG's office. And the third thing we changed was the wording of curriculum versus materials. We went with materials so it wouldn't be confused by statutory curriculum.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Report, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We put 3 amendments on, 2 L amendments and 1 J amendment in approps. The first amendment we put on was a statutory ledge declaration that we can use state education funding for this. The second amendment we put on, the Colorado Department of Education has a standard RFP process that is $21,000. $21,700, and we just brought that down a little bit to try to bring the fiscal down, so we capped it at 10%, so about $10,000 on a $100,000 grant. And then finally, we appropriated all cash funds to this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. We have an amendment on the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment L007?
L007, amendment printed bill, page 4.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. L007 is basically the Office of Civil Rights, and the Colorado Office of Civil Rights has asked to join us next year in this, not this year, in creating this committee. So this is just on the advice of the Colorado OCR to remove them from the bill. Ask for an aye vote on L007.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This request came at from our school districts and our educators to ensure that they can implement the Title IX rules that we passed last year, and I'm happy to help our schools do so and make sure every child has a safe place to achieve their educational goals.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you so much. Just want to thank the advocates and my co-prime on this. This has been a lot of good work we've been doing. Just want to mention, too, that we are going to be going through this process to select an organization who's going to put together the training and then roll it out for free to the districts. So, again, really happy to be helping the districts and partnering with them. I just want to remind you that last year we set the state-level Title IX and federal Title IX changes each time the administration does. And so our goal here is to set safe standards for kiddos in our schools, and we'd ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 162.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 162. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 168.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 168. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Mr. Hubler, would you please read the Title II, Senate Bill 168?
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Roberts and Simpson and Representatives McCluskey and Martinez concerning remote monitoring services for Medicaid members.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 168, the Health and Human Services Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Human Services, we made a few amendments after working with HCPUF to make some clarifications to the program and a few definitions. Would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, they appropriated funds for implementation of the program.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L007?
L007, amendment
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment amends the Appropriations Committee report, and it divides the grant program for remote patient monitoring up into 5 separate grants so that they can go across the state, and then reduces the appropriation for implementation of the program in the next fiscal year. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill L007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 168? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, very excited and pleased to be here to present Senate Bill 168 with my colleague from Alamosa. This bill is about expanding access to remote patient monitoring for people across Colorado, but is particularly important for folks in rural and underserved areas. Remote patient monitoring allows people to stay in their home, have their doctors or providers monitor them remotely. That reduces costs and also increases positive health outcomes. The second part of the bill allows Medicaid to cover CGMs, or continuous glucose monitors, for people with diabetes throughout their life. Medicaid already covers up until adulthood, but once you become an adult, you lose that benefit. CGMs are so important for people with diabetes to keep their blood sugar under control, which also leads to much better health outcomes and significant cost savings over time if we can help them better manage their chronic disease. It's an important benefit that I think we should have for all Coloradans on Medicaid, and would appreciate your support.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Likewise, it's an honor to serve in partnership with the good senator from Frisco, and really this important bill, and that will have very meaningful impacts to constituents across Colorado, but again, particularly in rural Colorado, that continuous patient monitoring will be impactful and make a huge difference. Ask for your support for Senate Bill 168.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 168. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 168 is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again.
The motion before the committee is to rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again.
The Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please add Senator Van Winkle to the roll? Senator Zinzinger. Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 23rd, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 182 is amended. Senate Bill 90 is amended. Senate Bill 200 is amended. Senate Bill 202. Senate Bill 32 is amended. Senate Bill 47 is amended. Senate Bill 48 is amended. Senate Bill 59 is amended. Senate Bill 117 is amended. Senate Bill 146 is amended. Senate Bill 149 is amended. Senate Bill 162 is amended. Senate Bill 168 is amended. Passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Signing of bills.
April 23rd, 2024, the President has signed Senate Bills 26, 81, 94, 108, 137, 161, and 172.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1034 by Representatives Amable and Bradfield and Senator Fields concerning adult competency to stand trial.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1129 by Representatives Verheulen, Mabry, and Senators Hinrichsen and Priola concerning protections for drivers engaged with delivery network companies and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1338 by Representatives Rutinel and Velasco and Senator Michelson-Janay concerning measures to advance environmental justice by reducing cumulative impacts of air pollution and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Transportation and Energy.
House Bill 1342 by Representatives Soper and Bacon and Senators Roberts and Rich concerning testing accommodations for Colorados with disabilities.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1350 by Representatives Froelich and Story and Senators Winter and Michelson-Janay concerning standards related to court proceedings for allocation of parental responsibilities to keep children safe.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1381 by Representatives Kipp and Soper and Senators Hansen and Malka concerning the continuation of the Division of Financial Services in the Department of Regulatory Agencies and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1443 by Representatives Kipp and Taggart and Senators Janal and Rich concerning fees to which public trustees are entitled for performing services conferred upon them by statute.
Local Government and Housing.
House Bill 1445 by Representatives Bacon and Armagost and Senators Gardner and Gonzalez concerning measures related to supervision conditions.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1450 by Representatives Soper and Weissman and Senators Gonzalez and Gardner concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Judiciary. Announcements. Announcements. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess for 1 hour to return at the hour of 2:10 p.m.
The motion is to recess until 2:10 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will recess until 2:10 p.m.